Alrighty. It's going to be a busy, busy day today. I have a lot to get done for tomorrow. Just gonna do some simple music I don't have to think about. Alright, I think everything is good there. So I might do. Should I do a quick short um, randomly? Let me see if I can do this real quick. I want to get a short out every day today. Um, Alright, I need the. Let me look for my one other project. I think it might be in. Premiere can be annoying where sometimes I think I'm working at one project and then my files are stored in a different project. Alright, this one. I'm gonna. I should have everything here, yeah. So let's. We're gonna duplicate this. Make this. Rename it to vertical short. Close these out for now. Change this to 10 by 1920. I'm going to put this to 180, I think. And then let's just go ahead and adjust positioning here. Kind of be centered. I'm trying to basically just get the only a minute long here. Clear. Oh, what the hell just happened there? Why did it pop them around? That's very strange. Why are these cut up so much? Oh. Okay, I see why. Alright, so, okay, let's go here. Center vertically. And then I'll just do, oops. I guess we can do horizontally as well. then vertically, and then let's do like minus 200. And then plus 200. And then we have to copy this over here. Why do you have to do me like this? Alright, make it fun is the second one, easiest. Okay, almost there. Alright, that should do it. Let's get this in frame. Let's do this. I'll put this here. And then let me lock this real quick. Paste above. Then we're going to crop this one. Or let's shrink this down until we can see the title. And then get the crop. Oh, I will be right back. I forgot I need to drive my kid to a place. BRB. All right. Let me see here. I am back. And then this guy is here. I'm probably going to increase this. Attempt to keep this title here. I'm clearly going to have to crop this, so left, and then right. This guy we can raise up. That's probably good enough. I might be able to do that part. Okay, let's do that. Let's cut it. Let's cut it there. I'll try that. Just see how it does. 200. That's too much. 180. 190. Maybe I do 200. 200. All right, let's adjust. So move this over. All right, that's good. I'll try this one without music. Um, and because I think that one's not one of the ones I'm supposed to use, so um, and just throw in the cross dissolves for this. Probably I'm gonna have to um, crop me here because I'm too low to the bottom. Um, so it just doesn't really feel right. .5. Scale that up a bunch. Crop the bottom. And then I'm going to put this one at the top. Copy it once more. Then we can undo the crop. I'll shrink this back down to like 200. And then we'll just stick the I think it's this here. And I think I can lower this. What's going on here? And I think that's better for short at least. Okay, this is one of the weird issues. I think I need it here. Good enough. And then I'm going to tack on take this, all of this, copy. All right, that's probably all I need to do for now.
Hey mom, not too much, just sitting here. How are you feeling?
All right, good enough. Support text, do transcribe. Here's my daily. So tomorrow I'm going to do a short on the camp system and just launch that. Everything is live. All right, create captions. Alright, so clearly we don't need those first three ones. And then everything needs to be put to the top side. And I'm going to lower them a little bit, I think. Like 200. And then I have to touch up the text. Um, I'm not talking. I'm just. It's hard. I've never video edited on stream before. All right. And then one little thing, just a little bit lower, like 250. I think is fine. I think this one's cooked. Okay. And I think I can increase the size slightly. All right. The text is slightly too big. Oh, there we go. Good. Good, good, good. Time to ship. Ship it. Shippity, 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 shippity. Need to get back to work. Back to dev work, that is. Nope, that's not what I want. Back. All right, I'm going to save all here and close that out. Okay, the title on this is a little tricky. What's something catchy? I'll start with pre-production and see if that gets me anywhere. I'll monitor it throughout the day and change it if it's dead. All right, I'm going to schedule it for 3:30 today. Oh, 4:30. Bam. Alright, short for today is done. Reuse some old content. And what do we got? Okay, so that's done. I keep that tab open. Looks all good. All right. Now back to dev work. All right, so I need to create 2 more bosses. Let me just take this off my list real quick, I think. Because I think it's done. Level. That's too small. I really wish I could have I need to find a way to have these things as quick buttons. Like these should be just very quick access buttons, and same with thumbnail size. They should just really be quick access buttons in a content browser. Newbie yard. So today is going to be a little bit of a busy day. I have to get some good amount of things done here. So each one of these needs okay, I think that's everything. It's loading on me. There we go. And then I complete this one. Okay, I have to trash and then do that. Alright, those ones should be good. Save. And let's just off my checklist so I don't have to look at it. And now we're going to move on to creating a few bosses here. Got 2 more bosses to do for the low zone. I wanted to have 2 per camp, but it's just not feasible, unfortunately. Because I still need to do some QA testing myself. And yeah, that's going to take a bit. And hopefully I don't come up with any problems. And now what? Alright, so we need to copy a bunch of files for the spider boss. Rita. Rate. Rater. Fairy Terror. Trying to just do random names here. Is there Talon? Sure. And we can literally just copy the other spider boss stuff. Copy here. Battery name. And just reset up the files. Okay, so name. Zera Talon. Action Manager Kit. And movement. I think the movement stuff's fine because I'm copying a spider. Loot. Zera Talon. Stat curve. Zera Talon. Alright, I think that's everything. Oh, and then now we go to the kit. And this is going to be four. The monsters was Alzheimer's? I'm confused. How you doing, Jestra? Alright, so this one is 02. This one's 03. This one's 05. And this one's 06. You know when you forget? Okay. There. I'll show you the next boss I made yesterday. This is the bandit boss. He's kind of a assassin type thing. And so he's going to randomly teleport and backstab people. Or stab people. It's not really a backstab yet, but... He teleports to you, stuns, and stabs you. And then he has normal slash and then a double stab that actually causes a bleed that stacks. And so obviously I'm higher level than him, but boom. So there's the bleed going off there. I do need to raise the chat window now. He'll teleport to you. So I'll show you. And he'll randomly do it to people in the party. So it's not just who he has aggro on. But if I shoot him from afar, he'll just teleport right to me. Boom. And so then he would run back to whoever he has aggro on. after that. Boom. And then the other guy, so I have a couple bosses now. What was the other one I did? So I did another goblin. You may have seen EFO. This is EFO. So it's like a fire two-handed, and they do they have auto attack and they have a big cleave that hits everyone in the area here. And then she randomly casts fireballs to other people in the party. That type of thing. And then there's the orc who does Lock Rock. He's basically the telegraph, AoE telegraph type thing. So the EFO there was like, oh, he cleaves, so players don't want to group up in front of the target, right? And there's a visual effect every time you get hit, so it's pretty obvious that, hey, you want to make sure you're behind the target. This is like a big, area effect. This is all about telegraphs, teaching players to not, stand in the telegraph, and then a standard little shadow bolt. So it's like trying to. The one thing I loved about Tarsland, even though it's kind of a little bit of a joke of a game, but Tarsland did really good on trying to teach new players raid systems and raid mechanics, and so I'm trying to. That's my takeaway from that game on that type of thing. So I have, that was the 3. And so now I have the spider and the ghost to do. There might have been, was there another one somewhere? The bandit, the goblin, the orc. Yeah, I guess that's it. Well, I feel like I'm missing one. Oh well. Back to the spider. Oh, did I update this? I don't know if I did. I did not. Now, let's change the skin. I'll duplicate that. Change this to, let's do the cold version, I guess. And now this one I think is going to be don't stand in the pools type thing. So we have some basic attacks already, I think already integrated. got spit. It's a stacking dot. A bunch of just melee attacks, I believe. Oh yeah, the spit does a slow, a snare, and a poison. Okay. That's what the previous boss had. What I'm going to change up with this one is that spit, which is attack 4. We're not going to make it targeted. I'm going to put telegraphs on. Go down to, it's going to be a AoE. The targeting is target lock actor. Action on the target lock actor. And I did set it to AoE, right? AoE. I'm going to do a 500 AoE. And we're going to do basic AoE or explosion green. And then we're going to do a pulse AoE. Duration for like 10 seconds. And every 2 seconds deal damage. So this should put some stuff on the ground. Okay, I need a different effect. I need fire. And what I'm going to do is, I think this is the right one. Let me check. Yeah. Let's change this blue. And let's just do the colors differently. He's kind of an ice spider, so bring me back to Velius. Can throw back to Velcor's laboratory. Yeah, boom, and then boom. And I think that'll be better. Sometimes I have to lower the location, I think, by like 75 on this. Okay, well, the rotation's off a tad. Location. Maybe do direction is what I actually want. Not. And the location's there. I think that's what I want. Okay, that's freaking massive. So let me get my debugging on. And then let's set the cooldown on this to, 6 is probably fine. And then, yeah, we'll hit play. And I can resize this. And get my, come on. So, I can adjust the size here. So, I'm probably at least going to need half the size of the VFX here. Alright, so even smaller. Yeah, that's pretty good. Nice and so obviously the trace going on here is the where players get hit, and so I'm matching up the VFX to the actual trace and making sure that is work. And then this needs to be telegraph red. So I'm stuck at the moment. So there might be a bug there. So at the moment, I'm probably not going to do. That might have just been because I'm blinking out of it a bunch. I might be blinking too fast as well. But regardless, I'm going to. I'm going to take snare off because I don't want to do a snare with this. But we're going to do. Take the damage here. And name it just Frost. And we'll just leave it as is. And then I do need to change the icon though. Is there a snowflake? It's not transparent, unfortunately. All right, let me go. Just go to get some random icon, some sort of frost icon. This works. Make this a blue. Save. And now it's just a pool of frost damage. Oh, I need to do one more thing. So it's actor cast start. And this is also cast start. And then I think that one's good. And so basically he's going to, it's a pretty low cooldown, so even though he's only got that one attack, he's going to be constantly casting it randomly on your teammates and trying to, you know, cause a lot of havoc with tons of ground AoE stuff. So you have to move them around properly. I think I have to increase the range of it. Range, we'll do 2000. Yeah, so honestly, I think he's good enough. And all these bosses are like their 1.0 version. Not even that, their 0.1 version. So we'll probably add more complexity to them in the future. Oh, I'm not supposed to do a dot. This is just supposed to be instant. And we'll make this water. Yeah, and now it's ticking. And when I'm out, it stops. So I'm out, it's not doing any damage. And I'm in the field, it's doing damage. Don't stand in the fire. Alright, done and done. Bam, done. Last one's ghost. So we have. Oh, there was a monk. There was a skeleton. Tauntaun. I think you saw me working on him. The last thing I was working on was Tauntaun. He's like a monk, a skeletal monk. It's Tauntaun. He's got like a backwards kick. So this one's trying to teach you have to be careful about. He's got like a little flurry punch there. Careful about where your the tank is having his back to, and so if you're not careful, you can get kicked into other mobs type thing. And so that's the purpose there. His kick's a little bit. Maybe his cooldown on his kicks is too much. Boom. Let me see his kick cooldown. I want to lower it just a tad. That felt too long. Go up to like 9, so down 3 seconds. So that's kind of trying to teach positioning a little bit to my players. Tank positioning, I should add. All right, last one, Ghost. Ghost. I need a double name for this. I'll probably do a male ghost, maybe, because I have a female ghost already. Listar. Hidden Bane. That's what we're going with. I'm just going to copy all this, copy here. Rename Shalea to Listar Hiddenbane. And I think this one's like a hybrid, right? No, it's arranged. So movement, set the follow radius to like 900. Oop, not 9,000. 900. And then loot. Stats curve. Stat curve. And then, okay, that's stats. Action manager. Kit. List kit. All right, and I did have my short just went live. It is a recap of a previous, but I just need to do my comment on it now that it's live. I should also, like my stuff. I'm liking my own stuff. I wanted to do it. I actually made this on stream at the beginning of the stream just try. But I basically clipped, because I wanted to get some sort of short out today. Um, so I just took one of my old videos and cut it up to try and make a point of, you know, if people come to the channel, they go to the shorts, they're like, oh, there is a reason we're using, marketplace stuff. And I could be very cheeky here, and I need to edit the thumbnail, I think, on my phone. I'll be a little bit cheeky. And let me edit this. Your videos. Why can't I edit this? What am I doing wrong here? Edit. Okay. I'll do the thumbnail as the close-up of the new model. All right. We'll see how that goes. Check on it a little bit later. Um, and move from there. I couldn't think of a decent title for that one, but I started with just Indie MMO pre-production, and it does link to the Indie MMO mindset. So we'll see how that goes. It's also a big test as well. If it does get a little bit of traction on what people think of that my first like temporary model for the game. And if I'm getting good feedback on it, it might just be something I focus on next month, and just like do custom art, character art next month. All right, back to Listar. So we're just going to take the other ghost model, and let's see what I can do with this ghost model. So if I duplicate, we'll say ghost. We'll do what? Green, maybe. What's our color? That looks kind of neat. Yellow's not too bad. Oh, maybe a teal. I kind of like this blue-green going on. Somewhere around there. That's nice. Yeah, good enough. All right, let's see what he has. He still has the dual wielding from the last ghost boss. And so I do want to make him a bit more of a caster, I think. Oh, wrong spawn Listar. And I probably didn't update this as well. Listar Hidden Bane. So the previous boss, ghost boss, Shalea, has this kind of like piercing projectile. And so you don't want to have your team line up for it. Otherwise, every time it pierces a person, it does an explosion. So if you all group for it, it explodes, 3 or 4 times, and you all take that 3 or 4 damage. Or that damage 3 or 4 times. But this guy, I think I need... So a ranged auto attack. Maybe this guy is something that you just kind of chase around. Well, he can't really chase around because his location is inside a box. Yeah, I think he's going to be. Oh yeah, I already said what I wanted to do with him. So I think I'm going to keep his auto attacks. I'm just going to make him melee, like Shalea. But then this, I'm just going to do a beam. Randomly target a beam. Go to vertical third. Beam. Rotate. Let's do list. We're going to do a center. Source pierce. Copy that. And this, oh yeah, we have to update all these. So this is lister spin. Auto list 1, list 02. And this is going to be turned to beam. And now we paste that. And we're going to set the target to target actor current direction. Beam. Now that actually makes me think, did Shalea's spin attack, does that not have a stats change set? Oh, it does. Okay, weird. Alright, let's just quickly see if this is working. Alright, right, I need to change the animation, of course. This will be Coruscant cast. What do I want here? Alright, that's the wrong beam, for one. And two, I need to turn off debug. It's also way too big. Center beam. I think it's this one. And then go down to the beam. And we're we're going to make the length like half of what it was. 750. Something messed up with the... Oh, yeah, let me just not use this. Yeah, I'm just going to use that for now. I don't know if I even need that. 17. Okay, input lock for 2 seconds. Okay. Obviously, there needs to be a cooldown. Much longer cooldown. 12-second cooldown. And then, or maybe we have it so like he casts it on himself and you have to pull him out of it. I kind of like that idea of a just gameplay mechanic. So the location will be action owner current and default there. And then, yeah, I need to turn off debug on components. Oh, I forgot to do my blue sky thing. Go live. Twitch. And then, it's not what I wanted. All right, well, hopefully we'll see, see how my shorts and like somewhat posting and promoting the playtest go. And it'll be really interesting to see if I actually get a bigger turnout tomorrow and this weekend. Alright, so I have to lower it. It's too high now. And then I might need to make it slightly longer. So I think I use minus 25. And then the beam length to like 1250. So yeah, and even there's even some positioning where you could like be a tank and rotate with it. So I kind of like that. Yeah, I think that's good. And then I do need to change his move to radius. AI movement. Put this back to like 75. The beam range is 2000 is probably fine. And then he is a dual wielder. I can change his weapons potentially to make him feel a little bit different. Like let's just go for like a mace. Let's make him like dual wield mace. Yeah, that looks good. ROT dungeon 01. And then I need to make sure it's facing the right way. Yeah, that's good. And that makes it just a tiny bit different than the one you see in the next area. Yeah. So it's like a little bit of a positioning fight again. And like you can obviously pull them out, or you could just move around it. So it's like makes a bit of movement within the fight. And yeah, if you get hit by it, you're gonna get toast. And I'll do one thing. I'll do one more ability, which is going to be a tiny pull, AoE pull, which I think I have from Melinda already. Yeah, we're going to just copy this over here to here, copy. Just match rename. And it's going to be list star hidden bane. Where's the poll? Okay, poll. And then how long? Basically, I want to do the poll right after the beam. So we're just going to have the poll at but this time the poll is going to just be a poll no stun. And like that's the way of being a bit disruptive of like trying to get you pulled into the beam. There we go. All right, it exists. It looked like I still had a thing on here, which I can get rid of. Player master. Poll. Maybe it's the enemy. AI master. Weird. Okay, maybe it's the action manager. Or the okay, stack component. Very weird. I don't know where that thing is coming from, but it's not going to show up in the game, so I'm not going to worry about it right now. But yeah, I think I don't think did I see a. I want him to do a. Maybe I'll make him do a little bit of a. On the pole, should be an area effect, right? Oh, it's direct target. Okay, so I want this to be an AoE. a hitbox of like 1500. And then red telegraph. We'll turn on telegraphs. And we will do, what are we going to do? Cast time. That's what we're going to do. Like a 2-second cast time. And we're going to clear that. I guess I'll use that to open this up. I might actually just randomly use that. This is going to be duplicate. This is going to be, I'm just going to do pull. And I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. And I'm back. All right, so this is the pull one. So I just want like a 2-second cast. So we're going to do this kind of quick. Go up fast. So what does it hit? .6. End time on this is going to be .6. I'm going to make this like .2. This starts at .6. And then we hold to 1.5. And then we smash down. We don't need these. These are for my Coursera course. And then smash down. So 2.2, 2.12, go like past 3. And then 1 time 3. What the? So this can start a little bit later. 1.3 maybe. And then we can literally end at 2. Oh, not 2. At like 3. Give that a shot. All right, let's do, let me slam down. We'll do a new montage section. It's going to be end. Save. And then over here, clear these. Save. And then we can do this and end. And this is just default. Ah, sorry, I'm one of the long message peoples. Hello. Let me look into your history here. I'm still kind of... So, hey man, programmer here, but starting with Unreal Engine, I know the Cody side, but graphics, 3D modeling, assets, maps are my weak point. You know any libraries that would help me with this? E.g. automate it, make it world auto-generated from given assets. So, not necessarily. Like, you can build your own systems through PCG in Unreal. There's a lot of content on YouTube and stuff for PCG workflows. That would be like the go-to on how to automate it. The other thing is to just use marketplace assets. Like we're using Cinti Studios. They have a monthly subscription. You get access to everything. And then over time, like these are Cinti Studio assets, the character moving, but then this is my asset I'm working on as my custom model. And it's like very early still, right? But that did not work. Oh, that's why it didn't work. So 140.4. Yeah, so I am also on kind of the more technical programmer side of things and designer side of things. And so there's plenty of workflows to automate and auto-generate, procedural generation stuff within Unreal. They make not too long ago they announced their PCG system, and so you can look into that. which has some tutorials online and stuff. That's not working how I want it to. Oh, that's weird. I did not want that either. Target lock is direction. Action owner current. Let me just do this. Pull and okay. Did that? Let me see what happens here. Cheers. Well, I'm going to have a fun weekend watching procedural generation tutorials, how to handle it and make it nice. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I missed. So sounds good. The project I'm working on, Quarantine, old DOS game, plus extraction shooter, plus co-op setting. Dystopian cyberpunk, you drive an old van marked as ambulance with miniguns at it, and you rescue people or netrunners. What's the Quarantine is the DOS game. That's what you're saying. Plus an extraction shooter, plus a co-op setting. Got most of the skills and things coded up. Just need to make it work because nobody gonna play a game where everything's a box. Yeah. Cheers. Well, I'm gonna have a fun weekend watching procedural generation tools. Yeah. So thought there's just some nice pre-made libraries you can hook up, set, use those assets. Not really. There's it very rarely in a art package is anything hooked up code-wise. You usually just get art assets. Maybe you could search on Fab for a procedural generation thing that's done. Like there's like a lot of procedural tree stuff where you have a lot of options and tools to generate a tree. And so there's like, you could look up procedural generation stuff. I think I just need to do, I need to just stop this, look at this. I'm going to take that out. It's a 2-second cast pretty much. Do 2-second cast. And then we're going to input lock for 2 seconds as well. And obviously the movement should be -1. That should be what I want. Yeah, I highly enjoy adjusting animations and skills. I'm off back to code. All right, well, thank you for stopping by. Again, if you're interested, we are doing our playtest from Friday to Sunday. So if you ever want to stop by, that'd be pretty awesome. And you can kind of see our approach to doing all the code stuff. Like vertical third is our entire code game architecture. And we're taking the approach of only using marketplace assets. And so there might be some relatability there. And we have the approach of like, we don't have a budget right now, so we're going to just use what we can and kind of go from there. 6 months ahead of me, nice. I think this is kind of good where I want it to be. And I do need to make it. If I'd code every day 9 to 5, so they have regular boring software dev work. Yep, that's just the life of indie dev. Life of indie dev is, if you get lucky, you can get published. If you're even luckier, you get published with a good deal. Um, Otherwise, you're working in daytime and working in the daytime and doing your stuff on the side. Florida guy value was so lucky. Girlfriend kept him alive for 5 years. Yep. Yeah, it's a path, right? Like having family members help you out that believe in you. It's a path. We ourselves have family members that have helped us along the way in our 10-year journey over this time of everything, and it's been very, very helpful. But they believe in us. We're very appreciative of that. But I'm still looking for a job right now. We worked for Epic from like 2023 to end of 2024. The pay was kind of okay, but it was something coming in. We got our mega grants that helped too. I think this is good. Yep, I'm satisfied. He's done. Good enough. Oh, I could add the drain life mechanic. So you can interrupt him technically. So if he does this and gets it off, he will also do damage. Um, but then he will also heal himself, maybe. I'll just leave the heal off for now. Actually, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of him healing. So I'm going to add one more thing here. This is a direct target. Targeting is just self. Location doesn't matter. I guess self. Targeting self. I think that's all that matters. And then the stat change index will be 1. And we'll do a heal. Stat change. I will do heal big 1, I think, but I need to copy it to my folder. Okay, all this is target is self, instant positive. This doesn't really matter. It's actually unavoidable. Add resource. Sure. 22 to 10. That's fine. And then I'm on the mage right now. I need to change my class to a rogue. It's fine. Sorry, that beam thing. I know you can't take control out from player, but if you would be hit by a burning laser magical beam, it would probably trigger an auto response from body. Try to roll over it, slash dodge, or fall down or hop over it, but yeah, it would affect gameplay. So that's no, it's not overthinking at all. I don't know what games like you like to play, but it's like a standard MMO mechanic in PvE. Um, so the context is that we are a PvE MMO, and it's very normal in that setting that, oh hey, there's this beam that you kind of you need to avoid, and you can either kind of move with it or pull the monster out of the beam. So it's just it's a contextual thing. If you're talking to someone that's only played like action combat games, you know, they'd be like, oh, why don't I have a dodge roll through it, you know? I understand, played WoW, Albion, EVE Online, it's a beam, it affects HP, gives dots if a specific exertion. Yeah. It's one of those funny things that like you are correct, there's some contextual differences for different games. And one time I had for Vertical Third, there was someone that was younger, probably around like 17, 18 years old, and when he tested my game and saw that there was like a passive mechanic for a dodge a dodge. And that obviously is me integrating stuff from the MMO aspect of things of you just have a dodge rating and you have a chance to dodge. But their contextual experience from video games was they only played action combat games like a so-called you know, Dark Souls or Demon Souls, you know, Elden Ring, those type of games where a dodge is only a dodge roll. They had never seen before just a statistic-based dodge, and they're like confused. It's like, oh, it's just automatic, you know, or it's like you don't play the game at all. You know, it's like, and so um, it's funny, like, because I'm 40, pretty much. Will be in April. It's funny to think about that kind of aspect of, yes, there is. Yeah, it's like it's obviously a derivative of, you know, Dungeons. MMOs are a derivative of Dungeons and Dragons, and those type of things, which all have percent-based chances to, you know, roll the dice and get a dodge or not get a dodge. And so that's like where those all come from. But it's just funny to see that youthfulness, like not even understand the idea of a statistic-based dodge. And like seeing that made me realize just like the you know, maybe it made me feel a little bit old a little bit. I don't know. But all right, so I'm killing this thing. He should heal if this goes off. Yeah, he healed. So I'm going to get him down to 300. And as soon as this goes off, boom, 321. So he probably needs to be a bit bigger of a heal. And then this time I'll interrupt him. I think that interrupted him. Alright, he's at 251. Yeah, interrupt worked. All right, but I do want to do a bigger heal. We will do like 100-point heal. To like really emphasize the fact of like you need to interrupt this. All right, he's good. All done. Morrowind problem. Roll dice in background. Why my sword is not hitting that bug? Yeah, Bethesda tried to improve on it. They still do small amount of roll dice. It's Skyrim. Excuse me. But it's affected for where's your player, what is targeting, how close you are, and at most it affects more damage given that you hit a thing. Same as shooters that have guns as weapons. If you shoot a gun, it should work like a gun. Rolling should affect how much recoil you have or how much your crosshair moves. Yeah. Let me see if my shorts went anywhere. Still, algorithm's still thinking on it. Okay, so the bosses are done. Hooray. Patch notes. List star, hidden bane, ghost camp, 10%. Done. All right, now we're going to make some pretty simple weapons for all these guys. They're going to drop the weapons. They're going to have, bonus power on them, and that's about it. Purely because I'm running out of time for testing. All right, so we'll start with the bandit, Vermilio botlog. Actually, I don't even have to go there. So we have the bandit boss, ghost bot. Let me pull up my past notes. Whatever. So we have Efo, Tauntaun, Lockrock, Vermilio, Zeratalon, and Listar. And just so happens, we only have 6 classes. So Cleric, Warrior, Rogue, Enchanter, Mage, Archer is what we have. So I am lucky where we're just going to attach randomly. Technically, rogues have 2 weapons. Rogue times 2, Enchanter has 2, Mage has 1, Archer has 1, Warrior has 2, and then Cleric has 2. So shield. So we have like mace shield, sword shield, main hand off daggers. This is main hand offhand items. This is a staff and a bow. Yeah, warriors are our tanks in the game, obviously. Warriors main hand, offhand, 2 axes. People like to go full bar, but offhand on warriors half damage. So right now, my warriors are the tanks of the game. I don't really know exactly where I'm going to go with that per se. I usually play tanks in games, so I don't know whether or not it's going to be a role like the very, very dedicated to tanking, and then the more bruiser type classes, is it just a whole other class like a Marauder or Berserker? Um, I know I do want to make sword and board really fun and exciting. Um, but at the same time, I like different tanking styles. I like in New World, I was a great sword tank. You know what's missing in most MMO games? Bards, just utility characters. Oh, like so. We are not. We say this big time. So that is a huge kind of roots of. So we say that we're EverQuest in World of Warcraft had a baby, but modernized with with quality life features. So that's what we're targeting. And so we have an enchanter in the game, which obviously is very, very crowd control and buff focused. Um, and so we will have like support classes are going to be massive in Ruins of Tearyn. Um, Move Bard to DLC expansion. Oh, we'll have more. Like this again. This is just our cookie cutter basic classes. We're probably going to have 15 classes by the time we launch. We're going to probably have 15, at least 15 classes. Um, so these are still like very cookie cutter classes that we have. Because we're still working on our combat system. And so, like, I don't know if you caught it, but I did a short recently on our rotation ruin system for combat, and it locks you into 8 abilities, but then every ruin, every time you have a rotation ruin, it changes that ability. And so in R1, and your auto attacks, cycle through your rotation ruins, and so it'll go up to 3 and then back down to 1. And then there's a lot of different choices and strategic choices you have to make to what ability you want to use at the right time. And depending on the rotation ruin value, it also changes up uh, the mana cost ratios and things. So one thing that is missing in games that I love in D&D, hey, I'm a warrior, but I want to be a battle mage, so I skip on high level warriors to learn some magic. Yeah. Um, so as a little glimpse, one of the classes I've designed for ages now, not even really specific to Terran. Well, I want to make a mage tank class. Um, and so they're going to be. It brings me back a little bit to I think Diablo 1 maybe. Um, uh, Sork looks. I can't find the thing, but this sort of explains it a little bit. But like Diablo 1, but having a tank class that's a mage, and like instead of being this beefy plate wearing thing, you're a mage specializing in protective magic. And who knows what type of weapon you would have? I don't really. I'm still TBA on TBD on that one. Sue Storm from Fantastic Four, yeah. And so I definitely want to do some form of thing like that. All right, there's a chance. Do I just, for the sake of time, throw in the other loots? No, let's just make them stat sticks. Let's just do it. All right, loot. This should be really easy to do. Weapons. Okay, we'll start as a base because this is the newbie yard. We're going to just start with a base of all these. So we're going to call this T05 bow. And then equipment. And we're going to just double this to 8 because this is power. And then daggers, we'll duplicate. Unfortunately, I don't have time to really customize the weapons too much.
What? Weapon. Oh, did I do the wrong thing? All right, I screwed something up. Um, okay. Update. I have to do a quick update. Check in. I renamed something wrong. You know what I like with vibe coding thing? Not the vibe coding itself. It still needs to be managed, but for get action, hey, make a documentation of what we did change. It was on to-do list, audits, code clarity checks. Yeah, I'm sure. There's probably some really good uses to AI, like the whole thing of like everyone kind of agrees that for medical purposes, it's helping people a lot. Um, it's helping diagnose things. Um, so this one is back to 0. And then once again, we update. Save all. Submit. For me as an indie dev, like, I don't really care. you know, it's just me and my wife on the project, right? So, I don't need to do detailed notes. As far as submitting to Perforce is concerned, like, every time I do change something and implement content, I add it straight to my, I always have like a process of, I have a to-do list. When I finish that to-do list, I move it from my Obsidian to-do list, put it in my patch notes, and that's my documentation. That's what I do. Um, and there's times that maybe that something's not relevant to, um, and then like this is my priority for today, or like what needs to be done for next patch. Everything else that needs to be done later on, I just throw it down in a big giant pool of things that need to get done. And sometimes there's things for vertical third that I throw in over here. And so it's like, trying to update vertical third and stuff later on, um, and whatnot. So yeah, removing the admin stuff. Um, like just my documentation, my written documentation for vertical third's like god awful. I mean, it's non-existent. So I have all video documentation for vertical third right now, and but that's something that's also like I don't think AI would be able to really properly break that down in a clear way. Okay, so finally I'm back here. We check this out. Duplicate that. Duplicate this one. Open both of these up. Oh, I did forget to rename this thing. Oh, thank you for the follows, Orsha and Van Rarth. Thank you so much for those follows. All right, Bo. Update the name here. Bo T05. Well, it depends on what model you use, but for privacy reasons, working on something you don't want to share, I usually run a LM Studio with decent model on my machine. Perform anesthesia give it access to. It doesn't send anything to third parties yet. Okay. What could I do here? Do I give these actual names? Alright, I need to decide who's going where. Alright, so we will do... I'm going to have to do this. Shield. Alright, so I'm just going to be very random with this. And go down the list. And just not really care right now. Because I really need to get QA. Badly. Alright. So EFO. Alright, you know what? I'm not even gonna think of names. So Bo, it's just gonna be Bo. 0.5, whatever. Why are you not showing up now? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. Alright, both of these guys. Five. This is going to be like 3. Alright, good enough. Then the mace, duplicate. Go to 3 and 30, I guess. Maybe 20. 30 might be a bit much. Duplicate that. Oh, I forgot to change the icon on some of these. Let's go with that, I guess. Hopefully I don't have conflicts later on. Okay. Bow, dagger, mace. Stain. I'm just gonna choose that. Whatever. I can't express how much I am on a time crunch right now. I did that one. Did I do the stats on it? Yeah, I did. Yeah, next one. Okay, and finally, the sword. You know what's weird with all projects, not just software development, start dynamic features popping up. Everything is smooth, then it slowly turns into a crawl because it gets so big. Fixing one bug might be crawling around already 1,000 lines of code, then it's closer to completion and everyone wants to push the last features in case they figured out a way to make things pop. Yeah. That's why I did my big video on game architecture. Um, so I believe that the future of like big um, leaps in game production has nothing to do with AI. It has everything to do with game architectures. Um, and then this here is my big video on what vertical third is, and like that well, it's not like about vertical third, but it's the concept behind vertical third. And like the next logical step in game production workflows is like very robust, tested, improved game architectures. And we need to stop rebuilding the same systems over and over and have a solid foundation of a quest combat, gathering systems that have been refined over time. And so um, that's my big video on a lot of those topics. And what I'm leading into here is like everything you're saying there. I've modularized all of my systems through actor components in Unreal, and um, that is kind of my solution um, to a lot of my tech and stuff. Where is this thing? I'm just gonna grab, I guess, this guy. I don't know. Also, architecture of splitting teams, things get big because there's lots of parts. If those parts would get their dedicated time, they would still feel like the initial stage. So whenever whoever would work on them, they would have the initial progress and things just popping up. Even if it would be solo dev, handling a small part would be easier than hopping around everything. Yep. No, it's like so many game projects die or because of tech debt, right? That's a major part of why they die. Or just fail to launch. All those things. All right, so let's go to EFO. I gotta go to enemies. EFO is what? EFO is a goblin. Loot table. This is going to be the Cleric Mace and Enchanter Meatham. So T05 Mace and T05 Snow Cone. Rep. Tauntaun. Skeleton. Loot table. So it's not going to be that. It's, okay, why does he have, okay, that's correct. Oh, wait, that's not correct. He should not drop T1 stuff. So he is going to drop Cleric Shield, T05 Shield Healer, and then T05 Stain. And then he drops, he needs to drop Skeleton Bones. And this is also wrong. I need to pull up loot table for a loot table for just a T0 skeleton. Yep, and then those things, yep. And so the first one, EFO, was definitely not right either. Goblin Blows is correct. Those are correct. These are not correct. Not correct. And that's all fine. Alright, so I'm going to copy this now. And so next person is Tauntaun. So I did Tauntaun. Right? Yeah, bones. Their special drops. And their other stuff. So Tauntaun's done. Lock Rock is next. Paste. And Lock Rock is the sword and mage staff. And then they are orc. The bones? Yeah. Okay. Lock Rock is good. Vermelio is a bandit. And they are getting the warrior shield. 0-5 shield. And the archer bow. That one's done. This is the spider now. And the spider's getting the rogue main dagger. Or a 0-5 dagger. And then last is Listar. Oh man. Alright, now the last thing I need to check is just double check that all of these have their Lock Rock, all of them have their proper things set. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who am I missing here? Probably Tauntaun. Let me make sure their loot table is set. Vermelio, Vermelio, Vermelio. Tauntaun. See, this guy's not set. Loot Tauntaun. And then Lock Rock. Loot is Lock Rock, Lock Rock, Lock Rock. EFO. So EFO is set to Tauntaun. So loot table. EFO, EFO, EFO. And this is Zara Talon. Right there. And finally, Listar, loot table, Listar, Listar, okay. Quickly throw this in the patch notes. Okay. And then we have to go to the world map now and update that. All of these. Widget world map. Okay. So let's go to newbie yard. So the orc camp. Oh, that's not what I want. It's over here is what I want. Which is all down here, I believe. So this is the newbie yard goblin camp. Rare boss is EFO. T05. Of course I cleared out. Yay for cleric mace, enchanter, main hand. Next one is Spider Camp. Rare boss is Zeratalon. And they drop the Rogue Main Dagger. This is the Bandit Camp, which is Vermelio. Botlug. Warrior. And Archer. Ghost Camp is Listar Hiddenbane. Okay, Orc Camp is Lockrock. Which is Warrior and Mage. This one is Tauntaun. Cleric Enchanter. Okay, I think, is that it? Yeah, that's all of them. All right. Okay. This part is done. Yep, done. I do not have time for this, unfortunately. I need to get to testing. And so the last thing is just doing some world building stuff. Let me go back. Let me get to the world. I'll be right back. or I can do. I'm sort of cooking food here. Let me bring up the environment level. I'm at the home stretch though, so happy about that. And then what is this going on here? All right. Let's add the newbie yard here. And I'm pretty much going to be just kind of copying and pasting a little bit from purely out of time crunch. We're taking a look at some of this and just copy pasting a bunch of it over here that are some similar patterns to what GameDev has done. Yeah, I'm gonna just take a break and do their food, eat, get my another energy drink or caffeine source in me, where that ends up being, and then I'll be back. I want to set it for 7:30 Pacific, and we'll try and get this the foliage into this place, and then from there, um, think about any other environmental needs we need, and then we just start packaging and testing. So we'll probably be testing from hopefully string around 10 tonight, and start get our testing going, and hopefully everything comes together. So I'll be back in about an hour. See you then.
Alright, I'm back. Get my music going again. I'm going to be playtesting here a little bit. Alright, I do need to do some settings here. So maps and modes. I'm going to put this to none. Clear the overrides. Why is this so loud? Okay. Doing that. Let's go back to 001. Our default is 001. That's correct. Save all. Explorations in. So I think that's all good. And what now? Alright, I think I'm actually going to take a break here and get my builds going. And I'm probably just going to watch something while I do some playtesting. Just so I can piece out a little bit without thinking about it too much. I'll probably be back a little bit later showing some of the process and getting things uploaded. So I'll see you then.